Did Becca Lin? Oh, never mind.
What's that?
Did Becca Lindgren stop?
Ninth, Walter Orwin. In eighth, Sean Sitzel, everyone. In seventh place, Mr. Andrew Glaze. He's also crewing his wife this morning, so that might be where he's at. In sixth place, Wyatt Hockmeyer. Fifth place, Jake Jackson. In fourth place, Jeremy Brooks. And for our top three male overall in the USATF 100-mile road championships, in third place, Nick Ivan with a time of 15 hours, 58 minutes, and 24 seconds. In second place, Jonah Backstrom with a time of 14 hours, 11 minutes, and 37 seconds. Jonah, get up on that podium. And in first place, Raj Paul Panu with a time of 11 hours, 58 minutes, and 1 second. All right, moving on to the top 10 females overall. We still have some lovely ladies running out on course, so we will award them as they finish. So in sixth place, Amy Mower.
Yes, good job.
In fifth place, Stephanie Bernoski. In fourth place, Megan Eckert. In third place, Sierra DeGroff with a time of 16 hours, 38 minutes, and 41 seconds. And our first place female, Ashley Paulson, 14 hours, 4 minutes, and 40 seconds, everybody.
Nicely done, nicely done.
All right, we also have our wonderful age group awards, so don't go anywhere. There is double dipping.
Ashley, can I get a picture of you?
Of course, yes.
All right, we're going to start with our 40 to 44 age group with the lovely ladies in third place, Stephanie Bernoski. In second place, Lauren Jones. first place, Ashley Paulson. For our 40 to 44 age group male winners, we only have two. In second place, Justin Kerr. And in first place, Wyatt Hockmeyer. All right, we're going to move along to our 45 to 49 age category. For our male winners, again, only two. In second place, Andy Glaze. And in first place, Jake Jackson.
Fashion, look it up.
Love it.
Oh, it's all good. I'm not leaving, don't worry.
All right, for our age group 50 to 54, top three males. In third place, Gurinder Singh.
Yes, appreciate it.
In second place, Jeremy Brooks. And in first place, Jonah Backstrom. All right, congratulations. For our 55 to 59 age group again, we are still seeing finishers out on course, so we will award them as they cross that finish line. But for the males, first place in 55 to 59 age category, Vinod Kripalu. Are you here? Our first place female in the 55 to 59 age category, Amy Mower. Amy, get up on that podium. All right, folks. That's all I've got so far. Again, as our age groups continue to finish and cross that finish line, we'll go ahead and award them. Congratulations to all of our USATF 100-mile road championship finishers. If you love fast, flat, loopy fun, Fat Ox in November in Goodyear, Arizona, we are also hosting the USATF 24-hour road championship this year as well in November. And it's a selection race.
Or did you forget the old guys? We're the ones that do the forgetting. Thank you. I don't know.
They're on page 2, apparently.
I'm staying there. Oh, yeah.
All right, for our 60 to 64 age group, again, I am so sorry. In third place, David Harris. All right, in second place, Dan Barry. And in first place, Walter Orwin. All right, and we've got our first place in the 65 to 69 age category men. First place, Mr. David Harris.
Hey, Amy, how do I get the copy?
Oh, I'll put a link on Amazon and I'll notify, and you'll get proceeds.
I'd be happy with a free copy.
No, as they get royalties, I have a formula for giving them out to people. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, on the live stream. But I'll put a
I
link
need
on
that because I'm retired.
Yeah, we just want to give them their.
Yeah, you too. You killed it out there.
Thank you. That's great.
You ready? You're combining them? Person was only 155.
Hey, champion's a champion. You did good. Where's your bling? Congrats. This is my friend Chapman, Jade, Amy. I told him we met in England.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats.
What do you want to do? I think we're looking for showers and food. Food first or showers first? Now we'll have you. You want to see if we can check in?
I mean, we can try and if anything, we can just probably park.
Okay. So we're going to go park
Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Zach Marion here at the USATF 100-mile championships here in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras. I am graced with the presence of Sierra DeGraaf, our women's third-place finisher last night. She had a heck of a race. It was fun watching you make your laps. How did that race go for you, and how'd you feel about it?
I think it went pretty well. It wasn't like necessarily what I had envisioned for myself before the day, but you know, with hundreds, you can't really foretell everything that's going to happen ahead of time. It started out a little faster than I had thought. I mean, you know, I didn't really have like a goal pace or goal time in mind. Like I had things I'd like to do, but it was more going to be about seeing what everybody else is doing and try to, like, you know, feed off that energy and go with the front pack. And so that ended up being Ashley and I running together. I don't know how many miles. It was at least a marathon. And yeah, we were cruising. Like I went back and looked at my splits and was like, okay, that was a little hot. Like I probably wouldn't redo that, but you know, it's fun. And when you're in the moment and you want to try to go for it, you just hang like as long as you can. And you know, we actually had a similar instance at Badwater this last year, but this time around things weren't, I mean, I didn't have the day I wanted, but I still pulled through and wasn't terrible time. So, you know, it happens. I don't know. I had some challenges like with dizziness and nausea during the day, so that was a little rough, but no like mechanical issues really. And yeah, I don't know. It was all right.
I mean, you can't say third place at a USATF championship race is just all right. That's pretty fantastic. And to a lot of us, I think we'd be really, really ecstatic with that kind of time. And I know it wasn't the time you wanted, but let's talk a little bit about your race strategy. And I kind of heard you mention that you didn't really have a goal like time in mind. You just wanted to go out and race. Is that what I heard?
Well, I had asked my coach ahead of time. I was like, so, you know, like I think I do better with times in my mind because then at least I have like a focal point. But he kind of just was like, just go run. Like, don't get too in your head about that. So then I didn't. I mean, I had like a secret time in mind, but, you know, it was kind of going to be based on what everybody else is doing. Like, you know, whatever to go with the leaders is going to be. And yeah, I couldn't hold on the whole time for that 14 hours. So, you know, one day I do want to break into that range eventually, but we learn. And
yeah. So what are some lessons that you felt like you learned during this race specifically that you want to take into your next races? I mean, I personally, I look at my career as, you know, all these races are just kind of data points on the plot graph, right? And it's just kind of like, what did you learn from that? And then how do you make the line trend in the direction you want it to? What are some things you're going to take from this race and implement into, you know, your training regimen, your next race, etc.?
I think more just running my own race, like, and it's hard, I think, at these loop ones because it's not like, you know, somebody can go around a bush and you don't see them. It's like way easier on trail to like run your own race when you're not looking at your component or opponents the whole time. But with this, you're like so caught up. So yeah, just running my own race, not getting too anxious about the other stuff, and hopefully at that point I can hold like my you know, my pace longer, because that's one of my biggest challenges is holding strong through the whole thing. And you know.
Yeah, as it would be to run 100 miles. You know, I don't think anyone really negative splits those all too often. We commented quite a bit here on the live feed, and we recognized every lap you guys went through that you guys were just chatting away, and it seemed like you were having a good time. You know, how can you share those first few miles with us? You know, what was the camaraderie like? Did you guys have a chat about plans and goals or anything like that? Did you help pull each other along?
Oh yeah, I mean, we were talking the whole time. I mean, that helps, you know, when you're chatting, it just goes by. I mean, that first marathon clipped by so fast. Talked about future race plans, talked about Badwater from last year. I mean, she did it the last 2 years and I was out there crewing and pacing, but you know, just we know each other not super well, but through running and stuff. So just got to know each other a little better. So
Yeah, that's awesome. That's one of the things I do love about this sport. And it's funny that we talk about ultra running and trail running, but this is its own subculture within the niche sport that is ultra marathon running. These short loop courses and timed events, and particularly road ultras. It seems like looking through your history, you have a mixture of Bear 100. We just talked about that before we came on. And you've really found yourself at Fat Ox. You found yourself at Desert Solstice here last year, here this year. Are you finding that this is kind of where you want to spend your effort on these looped courses, these timed events, etc.?
Yeah, I think after this, the big focal point will be Badwater because it's similar. It's road, but I'm just better at them, so I guess I'm like playing my strengths like most people would, but I do really enjoy the trails. Like I think that keeps things exciting. I'm just never gonna be as much of a competitor, I don't think, on the trail side of things, so I don't know, but I like to keep it fun and keep inspired and stuff. So
yeah, it's not always about podium finishes and whatnot. Sometimes you got to fill the cup within that helps you achieve those goals.
Yeah.
What have some of your favorite races been, and what do you look forward to in the future?
My favorite races so far, probably Cascade Crest was a really good one. Leadville was really fun. Badwater, I don't think there's anything like it. Like I'm going back again, so I didn't have, I had a little too much fun, I guess. What else? Those are the top ones that stand out. I mean, I did the Ute 50 miler last year too, which was pretty fun. Like that's a very underrated race.
It looks like it's one I've got my eyes on where I'm like, ooh, I like it never fits into my schedule, but it's one I want to get out to because it's such a really unique part of Utah.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful. As you said, you did the 50-mile course. Had a pretty good result there, I believe.
I won.
That's what I
set
thought.
The course record. So
a decent result.
Result. It was a good day, but like that's where I was a little disappointed to have COVID for Bear, but it happens.
Yeah. So you mentioned two races that my partner has done: Cascade Crest and Bear 100. Those are her 200-mile finishes, and she cannot decide which out of the two she likes more. I think she leans toward Cascade.
I think Cascade.
Yeah, she really appreciated that course.
It's
the
so
beauty
crazy.
of it.
Like just the rope section and the tunnel and like just it's amazing. It's so pretty. Like breathtaking. I don't know.
I'm a little, as a Utah boy, I'm a little more biased towards Bear 100. I think it's one of the best courses in the country.
It is. It's good. And it's
perfect.
Runnable too for a hard rock qualifier. Like super runnable, which is nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very runnable course. It's beautiful time of year. The leaves changing. I think you guys this year probably got one of the most beautiful years. I mean, I have been out there 9 times throughout the years, either racing or crewing or pacing. And this by far was probably the most beautiful year in terms of the deep reds that the maples got were fantastic. So you got treated to a great year. You really maximized your time out there and enjoyed it from what it sounded like, and just got all the beautiful views. Wasn't the result you wanted, but it was a pretty course at least.
Oh, I Am Tough's another one I forgot about. That's a good race.
That's
too.
Actually on Katie's list of the next one she wants to look at.
It's a great race. Like it's a 109 miler though. Just tell her that.
It's a little long.
It's a super long course. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've been out there at Run Rabbit Run in one of the first iterations when it was a 108-mile a year.
Oh boy.
And we were expecting 100, and you hit the last aid station at 100, and it was tough getting to the finish.
I mean, because our brains, like we say in the beginning, like this is what I'm doing, and then when your watch hits 100, you're like, no, like this can't be.
Your brain's decided we're already done. Like, nope, you said 100, it's 100, we're done.
The energy shift is so funny too when that happens, like with pacer and runner, and like everybody's just like so angry by the end.
Yeah, no, I think we've all been there. So speaking of kind of some mind games, were there any mantras you had out there? Was there anything that you were trying to, we talked to Raj afterwards, and he was, every lap, he was tapping the railing.
I did see him doing that, but I didn't really, like when he would cross the bridge, he was kind of like tapping and I was like, maybe he's just trying to like remind himself to stay on the inside of the course, but like I didn't know why he was doing it.
Yeah, he said it was purely to just like distract himself and like just do something physically other than running that distracted his mind a little bit. Yeah, and so speaking of staying on the inside of the course, me and Chris were sitting here watching the race, and we noticed that you and Ashley Paulson were running side by side for the first bout marathon. It was about 30 miles you guys ran together.
Yeah.
And so you guys were making your laps there, and Ashley was staying on the inside of the course, and you running next to her were on the outside. And we just took note of that. Is this maybe a gameplay by Ashley where she was just taking that inside turn and making you take that extra 2 or 3 strides?
She did switch with me at one point. Like, she was like, you run the inside for a little bit. But yeah, my crew was even like, hey, like, stay on the inside. And I'm like, well, I try, but like when I'm talking, it's hard. And then like, I don't want to plow through walkers and stuff either. So then I'm like, constantly,
Right.
So.
That is one of the challenges of these types of courses when you have so many people on course.
Yeah.
You are doing a little bit of bobbing and weaving. I know Raj said that he ended up with about 102 miles at
That's
the
what
end
I
of it.
had too.
Yeah. So it's kind of, I think we add a lot of distance
Just
with
people
all those.
dodging. It's crazy though, because you wouldn't think that, but I think last year I was long too.
Yeah. I mean, you imagine, especially a course like this, it is designed to be exactly 100 miles. It's the minimum amount of mileage you can get is 100 miles if you took all the right inside turns and the smallest steps. But again, that bobbing and weaving, maybe rolling over to your aid station and back, the bathroom stops and whatnot. Surprising how much mileage it adds to your day at the end of the day. What are some things that you would like to share in terms of maybe advice for anyone who wants to get into these loop courses or these more road heavy? I would say this is not exactly a flat course, but the flatter road running courses. What kind of advice would you give someone? You say you found your niche here and you want to kind of lean into this. What advice do you give?
I mean, I think they're a great option for somebody. I mean, I think they're good for people just getting started because you can practice things that you wouldn't have the ability to do at like a trail ultra or something. I mean, you can just have everything you think you might need on your table, and you don't even necessarily have to have crew unless like you want to. Like last year I didn't have crew to like the end, basically. I mean, part of the day, but you have a mile like every time where you're able to get stuff if you carry things like and just the mental game, I think, for these has to be there, like, because we run pretty trail ultras because we get to look at all the cool stuff, but like with this it's like it's just you and like running in a circle for however long it takes you. So yeah, I think just having the right mindset and having the stuff you might need available and just sticking in it. I mean, I love it because the mental fortitude factor. I mean, like I said, you don't have all these external like stimulators like trail running or whatever. So I don't know. Sorry if I'm scatterbrained. I'm still a little tired.
You're a little tired. You did just run 100 miles. I only have a couple more questions for you. One question, this is a little bit less about running and performance and more about who Sierra DeGroff is as a person. What makes you you, and why did you gravitate towards this sport?
Well, like growing up, I always did sports, mostly like running towards the end of high school and stopped volleyball and the other stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny because I was like resistant to it at first, but my parents like talked me into cross country. So I guess here we are. Yeah. And just, my dad would always say I had all this potential, and he was kind of hard on me about stuff. But I think in the long run, it was like better because, I have expectations for myself and I don't want to just go out and, goof around. So he was actually a Badwater, which was pretty cool. So like being able to make your parents proud, and I don't know. I guess the running thing, it just became a really nice transition into adulthood to keep an activity and stay healthy. And I started as a marathon runner and then moved out here from the Midwest, and then it kind of transitioned into ultra running because that's what everybody does out here. So
Easy to fall into it, right?
Yeah.
So you have some incredible results under your name, especially recently at Fat Ox and Desert Solstice. You've had, obviously, your Ute 50-mile win. So I think you've given your parents quite a bit to be proud of. Where do we get to see you next? What is on your schedule for the rest of the year?
Badwater is the next actually scheduled race, and I just found that out 2 weeks ago. I might try to throw something in between, but got to figure that out. I just wanted to wait to make sure before I did that. Hopefully Solstice. I mean, I haven't signed up yet, but I'd like to go back and get hopefully a PR at that. I'm thinking more towards the 100 mile though, not so much the 24. And then maybe Javelina. I'm waiting till after Badwater to kind of make a decision on that one, but I'd like to go for the 100 there, so we'll see.
See how the body feels and make some decisions.
Yeah.
Well, Sierra, it was a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you for letting the audience get to know you a little bit more. We look forward.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes,
too, when
please.
you're done?
Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
I want to thank the Vegas community. There were so many of you out here yesterday, if you're watching, and I didn't even know half of you were going to be here, but it means a lot, and you guys are great. And also my all-star Badwater crew and Pacers. You guys are amazing. Practice happened yesterday, so that was cool. But anyways.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. We look forward to seeing you out on the roads and on the trails, hopefully at Badwater and a few other things in between. I think we would love to see you at Desert Solstice because there is going to be a crew there.
I'm ready to sign up. I'm telling you.
I think I know a guy. Maybe
I know.
maybe we'll make something happen. Again, Sierra, thank you so much for talking with us and for taking the time. Go rest, recover, and we will see you down the road.
Sounds good.
Welcome back to the USATF 100-mile championships here in Henderson, Nevada. We're at the Jackpot Ultras. I'm Zach Marion here with the ever-lovable Jake Jackson, who had quite the night last night and entire day.
Entire week.
A week. I want to start off with that. Let's start off with that right there, because literally a week ago today, you were a couple hours into your first ultra race of 3 for the 7 days. 6 days. Technically 6 days.
Right.
You started the Black Canyon 100K. The next day, you followed that up with a Black Canyon 60K, which together that's going to be 100 miles.
Right.
That's the 100-mile challenge out there. And then just 5 days later, you showed up to the start line here at Jackpot Ultras for another 100-miler. Tell me what possesses a man to do that.
I don't know. My wife says all the time, like, I'm crazy. But I think the ultra running community, like, you just see cool stuff and you want to, like, see what you can do, if you can do some of those cool things too. So, I mean, Jackpot was not something I had on my radar at all this year. I knew that it was going to be opposite weekends, so I kind of had to pick one. So I picked Black Canyon because I figured it'd be better prep for what I have going on with Cocodona later on. And I don't know how I ended up here, to tell you the truth.
You woke up in the morning and you were at a start line and just things happened.
Yeah.
That's all great stories start that way.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this. Was this more of a training day leading into Cocodona? You mentioned you have Cocodona coming down the line, and that's obviously a big focus. 250 miles is a big undertaking. You want to be as prepared as possible. So I imagine that you used these 3 races as training for that. How did that play out for you, and how do you feel about moving forward into Cocodona with these days in your legs?
Yeah, I think I started this year kind of with the idea of doing things way out of my comfort zone. I've done fairly well at the 24-hour stuff. I'm pretty confident that I can get through 100 miles on any course. And so when I signed up for Cocodona, I wanted to see what I could do leading up to that to kind of test myself. And that's what the Black Canyon Double came from. I've never done something back-to-back like that for that long. So that was kind of just the kickoff to getting ready for Cocodona. Packet pickup, I ran into Bryce Brooks, who was the RD for this race, and I was like, you know what, dude, I'm on vacation this week, and Jackpot's on Friday. If I'm feeling good, maybe I can come out and run it and do like a double. And he was like, yeah, just let me know. And so he was able to give me a last minute entry, and after the 100K, I came on the live stream. I was like, I was telling Chris and AJ, I was like, I am not doing Jackpot. There is no way I'm doing that race. Woke up for the 60K, finished it, and felt really good, which I was really surprised. Just little minor aches and pains. Went home, took a couple days of just doing some recovery runs. My wife was surprisingly on board with me doing it. She's like, we don't have nothing going on.
She was vocal in the chat night long, man.
I'm blaming her for letting me do it.
It was her fault. You let him get away with doing dumb things.
And so, Thursday before the race, I reached out to Bryce, and I was like, dude, I think I'm going to come out and do it. And so, here we are.
Well, you had a pretty dang good day for already having 100 miles in your legs the weekend before. Most people don't peak out at 100 miles a week. And here you are doing racing 200 miles literally within a week. Did you get any shakeout runs in between? Did you loosen things up?
Yeah, I had a couple just 5 milers. Went out with my wife for her training runs. Just took it nice and easy. No big pressure. And I usually do that after big efforts. And just coming out here, I came out really with the intention of just working on the mental side of ultra running, and it was great. Mentally I was strong all throughout the race. My paces were pretty consistent. So I thought I kind of defayed at the end. I had some tendon problems leading the tendon that runs down in the top of your foot. That started to ache a little bit, and I just dialed it back some, started walking a bit more just to kind of make sure that I wasn't going to be out from training after this was over.
Right.
So, yeah, and I mean, that happened about 75 miles in, and I was pretty happy with just being able to walk it in. I had gone into the race thinking probably 17, 18-hour range, and had I not had the tendon issue, I probably would have been closer to 15 because I was rolling pretty good for a while. But yeah, I'm really happy with how everything turned out. I'm walking around pretty normal today.
Yeah.
So just happy with the whole experience.
Some good active recovery out there. Saw you dipping under the line as
Yeah.
we came in here. There's a little oof behind it.
Yeah.
So how do you, I mean, you're no stranger to doing these big feats and having some kind of quirky training. How do you recover from something like this? How do you imagine the next like couple weeks going for you?
Just easy running the next, especially this week. It's kind of cool. My wife, she's an ultra runner herself, so we'll be able to go out and get some just easy miles hiking around in our local trails. I try to focus on, especially the days leading after the race, I try to go really low carb. It's kind of a Jeff Browning staple that he's done that I've learned from doing hundreds last year. That's really helped with the inflammation. But yeah, it's just taking things really easy, not jumping into it, heavy training really quickly. I've kind of noticed that, my body bounces back surprisingly well. I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint one thing. I'll do a couple sauna days just to, sweat it out a little bit, and maybe some ice plunges, But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's genetic or just I've been doing it for so long that my body's just like, this is what we do, kind of deal.
Yeah. I mean, like there's the physical therapist and the coach in my brain going off right now.
Yeah.
Means so much. It allows you to go do things like this. Like obviously this isn't something you do every weekend or every month or anything like that. This is kind of a once off. Let's see how it works for training for Cocodona. I think we're still in the midst in this sport of trying to wrap our brains around how to train for 200s and 250s. I mean, training for 100 milers has changed so drastically much since I've been in the sport for 10, 12 years. Just the more of the research, the science comes out, we see what's efficient, what works. I mean, you might be onto something, dude. We'll see. We don't know. We'll see how Cocodona goes for you. We can look back and say this was either a great idea or a terrible idea.
Exactly.
We don't know. So let's talk a little bit about that like tendon flare up. We saw you mention it on social media. We noticed you had slowed down a little bit, me and Chris in here, and we were like, oh man, what's going on with Jake? Let's keep an eye on him. And then we saw it on social media and some people commented about what's going on. So tell us a little bit about that. You had a little bit of you said tendon flare up on the top of your foot?
Yeah, I think it was just, I've been focusing more on the trails, and I haven't done very many long runs on hard concrete like this race is. And so I think it was just maybe just an overuse injury a little bit. I mean, it feels pretty good now. It's not tender at all. I think I might have actually tightened my shoes a little bit too tight in the beginning, which might have caused some irritation. But yeah, I mean, I've had this flare up before, and it usually goes away pretty fast. And I was just being really like, just don't push it. This, you're not coming out here to compete, really. It's kind of just a solo thing you're out here to do. So I was just being really cautious, and I think it was the uphill, the gradual uphills that were kind of flaring it up. So I was just walking those and then running the downhill sections and the flat sections. So yeah, I think I did a pretty good job of just mitigating the pain and just focused on getting the finish and hopefully getting back into training as soon as I could. So
yeah, it was kind of one of those like stress yourself enough, but also mitigate damage as much as possible so you can get back to even more training.
Yeah. And you get to a point in these long races where you're just like, I want to be done. And walking is not going to get me there much faster. So
the faster you go, the sooner it ends. There's definitely that aspect to it. Very different mindset compared to the 48-hour guys and gals who are out here. Like the finish line ain't going anywhere. No. It's a time, right? Yeah. Let's chat a little bit about kind of like your expectations coming into it. You mentioned that you thought you could go around 17, 18. You ended up surprising yourself pretty well. Did a pretty decent job out here. Do you feel like you're ready to give a couple easy days and get back into training and looking forward to Cocodona?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I have a FKT that I have planned to do next month, so I'll start kind of gearing up for that. It'll be the.
Want to share any details?
Oh yeah.
let's
It'll
hear
be
about
the 74-mile Joshua Tree out and back yo-yo.
Okay.
I've done it before. It'll be all self-supported, so it'll be a really good training, full pack, full water. But yeah, it's pretty similar terrain as Cocodona is going to have. So that's what I got planned for next month. And then April, I'll be coming back out to Arizona to do the 37-mile preview run, which will be really great. So yeah, just really some no pressure kind of training stuff going on for the next couple months.
Yeah,
So.
you did enough over the last 6 days. We can use some low pressure
Right.
there. So let's talk about how this plays into your normal life. You mentioned you're here on vacation. What do you do? How do you fit the time for all of this into what your job is? Let's hear about it.
Yeah, I'm a truck driver at UPS, so I have a pretty set schedule. Get up before work, have about a 2-hour window to get my runs in. So I just try to take advantage of whatever free time I have, and then the weekends, getting out on the trails, and it's kind of cool. I'm not a pro. I don't get paid to do this stuff. My job is UPS, and that's what funds everything. And yeah, I just feel like I'm just a normal guy. I put on my uniform every day, and then when I'm not, I'm out running and just trying to do the best I can. There's no pressure from sponsors or anything, so it's really cool.
It's the nice way to do it. No
Yeah.
pressure from sponsors.
Yeah.
You got a wife that put a little pressure on.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
like she wasn't going to let you come back home unless you finished the race. So.
When I left, she said, if you don't finish, you're on the couch. So that was just a little bit of added motivation.
She did say last night you might choose to stay on the couch so you don't have to walk upstairs after
No,
a weekend like
yeah, that's
this.
true. Yeah. So.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I think that's one of the unique things about this sport is that by and large, most of us, even the competitors, still have our full-time jobs,
Right.
still have our lives,
Yeah.
the things that fund what we like to do. I mean, obviously there are a handful of really great athletes who have earned themselves some great sponsorships and they've chosen to make this their career. But the rest of us are just doing it for fun, man.
Yeah.
What brings you to these races and to specifically Jackpot? Why did you come here?
Yeah, I mean, Jackpot, this will be my 4th time. I ran my 100-mile PR here, and it's just the community, it's cliche to say, but it really is just the ultra community. I got to meet so many people that I follow on Instagram for the first time, got to run a lot of miles with them. Seeing someone like Raj come back, he had a really hard time a few years ago. He dropped out and just absolutely crushed it. I never got to meet Ashley, so I got to run with her a little bit. So, yeah, it's just the community, and that's the beauty of these like timed looped events is like you see people all day long, and you get to run with different people all day long. So, yeah, I don't know. I love it. I
Not a
wouldn't
lot
miss
of
it.
that no man's land out
Yeah.
there. There's always somebody around
Right.
you to
And I
spend
mean,
some time with.
you got the guys in their 80s that are just out here walking, and it's just
Oh.
so motivational to see
We're
people
keeping
like
on
that.
I don't know if you've noticed this. There were 7 octogenarians, 7
Okay.
80 plus. One of them 85, which puts him in the category of going for the record.
Oh, wow.
For 100 miles.
Wow.
For that age group.
Yeah.
And all 7 are still going and still pushing
That's
through.
awesome.
Not a single attrition from our 80-year-olds, which
Yeah.
is phenomenal.
Something to strive for sure.
Right. Yeah. And when we, give us a 30, 40 years, and man, we're gonna be
Yeah.
right there with them.
Yeah.
The first 80-year-old to do the double. That's what I'm saying right here. You're gonna do that, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I may be the only one to ever do this double. I mean, I hope, you guys keep doing the Black Canyon double. That's a pretty cool challenge, but yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's good, man. Well, what brings you to these races? What words of inspiration, motivation, or advice do you have for those who are getting into it?
Yeah, I mean, I think people just see a number and they just get so overwhelmed and they just couldn't fathom. I mean, I was guilty of it too when I very first started running. I did, your typical half marathon marathons. And then you start seeing, 100 mile and you're just like, how do people go that far? And, I think people just tend to limit themselves in what they're capable of, and you're never, doing this whole week of running, I would have never thought I could do it, but if you have that desire to see what you're capable of and not to be afraid of failing, you just got to scratch that itch sometimes. And Yeah, I mean, my livelihood doesn't depend on me finishing any of these, but
We
Yeah.
choose to do this,
Right.
right? We choose to show up just to see what we can do.
right.
And I love it. People love you. You're a beloved figure of the sport. You got a lot of love in the chat last night. For those who are
That's
listening
awesome.
who don't follow you, where can we follow your adventures? You're pretty active on social media. Where do we find you at?
Yeah, I'm mostly on Instagram at Ultra Jake Jackson, so that's usually the easiest way to get a hold of me.
Yeah,
And I
man.
love all the DMs. I mean, I have truck drivers and people at all across the U.S. that work at UPS that are like hitting me up about, oh, I'm doing my first ultra. Give me some tips. It's like it's pretty amazing. Nico Teller, he's a package car delivery guy out in Philadelphia, I believe. We got to take the bus ride to the start for the 100K. Never met the guy, and it was just like we're two UPS workers connecting, doing something completely different than our jobs, and it's just amazing getting to meet people like that.
Yeah, sitting around the water cooler on Monday
Yeah.
morning. No one knows what you've gone through on the
Right.
weekend. That's so rad.
Yeah.
Well, Jake, thank you so much for having a chat with us. So many people appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't follow him, go follow him. He's got a great presence on social media, and he's a lot of fun to watch and listen to. I mean, even last night, you were updating your Instagram.
Yeah.
So follow this
Trying to kill
guy.
some time.
You're going to get some live updates on whatever course he's on. I can promise you that. Thanks for joining us. Good luck getting to Cocodona. Hope the FKT goes well, and we'll see.
Thanks.
We'll definitely see you out at Cocodona then.
Yeah. Well, thanks for putting on a great race. The live stream just brings so much, visibility to what we're doing out here. So we all really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks. We love it.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the USATF 100-mile championship here at Jackpot Ultras. We're in Henderson, Nevada, and I am joined by Lauren Jones. Thank you for joining us, Lauren.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, pleasure. Thanks for being out here and racing an incredible race. You ended up finishing second place overall, and you did it in an incredible fashion that you moved up throughout the entire day. We're going to start off talking about essentially how your day went out there. Did it go as expected? What were your goals, and how do you feel about it?
My day did not go as expected. I thought I'd be a lot slower.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good good
good.
problem to have.
Yeah. No, I just came here with the goal of trying to qualify for Desert Solstice. So I just had that time in my brain, and that time was 15:50, and that just seemed like a stretch goal. So I just thought I'd try it and see. I've never done a looped timed course like this. So it was just an entirely new experience. I didn't know what to expect or how to pace it or how it'd feel. I'm usually like a trail mountain runner. So running on pavement was interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's dive into that a little bit. So normally being a trail mountain runner, what inspired you to want to come and do specifically Jackpot Ultras? I know that you mentioned you wanted to go to Desert Solstice, so that was this was your pathway to that, was earning and qualifying here. Mm-hmm. But what brings you to this little sub niche of our already niche sport?
Yes. Well, I had just struggled with a schedule for the year of what I wanted to run, and for some reason I decided before I'm too old, because I'm in my 40s now, I just wanted to see how fast I could actually run 100. And so I mentioned that to my coach, Nicole Manette, who is a really good runner at these kind of events.
Right.
And she was excited about the new path, and she suggested this race. She had had some really great runs here, and just said it was a really great place to try to qualify, which it was. Yeah,
and especially for a mountain. So this is not the flattest. For those at home who are watching thinking that, oh, it's a USATF road championship, it's got to be pretty flat. It is fairly flat, but this course does have some elevation change each lap, each mile that you're out there. How did you feel like you had an advantage there as a traditional mountain runner? Did you not notice it at all? I'm sure you noticed it towards the end.
Yeah.
But you felt like you had kind of an advantage there?
I don't know if I had an advantage, but it made me feel more comfortable with it. I'm used to having like changes in elevation and stuff, and it's nice to change up the muscles and just the effort and all that stuff. So it felt nice for me. And it was just like more of what I'm used to.
Yeah, even a little gravel section in the back just made you feel at home on the trails for just a second.
Just for a
each
second.
Lap.
Yeah.
I was able to get out on the course, and I was actually surprised at how the elevation felt. I was anticipating pancake flat road, and we did notice that everybody kind of slowed down a little bit on those uphills and then let those downhills take them. So it was kind of fun to watch. But speaking of days unfolding, yours kind of unfolded in a way that you worked your way up the field all day long. And you'd mentioned earlier that you felt like 15:30 was a stretch goal, and you cleared that by going sub 15 here. So was there a moment where you were like, I'm holding back too much, I need to just let go, and then you just took off? How did that play out?
No, my plan was just to start at a really comfortable pace. I was trying to just run with blinders, not necessarily be competitive, but with the goal of the time. I was more so trying to race the clock and get a qualifier. So that was my goal from the get-go. It was just like block out everything else, just focus on that time. So I was just going to run at a comfortable pace, and then just see how long I could hold it. And I thought I would fade way harder and way faster, and it just kind of kept feeling fine. So I just went with it.
Yeah, I mean that's great foreshadowing for Desert Solstice. I think that's going to, I mean, hopefully that gives you a little bit of inspiration and excitement moving into your training for Desert Solstice. Between now and Desert Solstice, what do you have going on in your calendar? What are you looking forward to this year in terms of training? And how does that fit into your life schedule with, life outside of what we do here in these ultras?
Yeah. So I don't actually have any other races on the calendar currently. I'm sure some will pop up, but I'm getting married in July.
Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
exciting.
Thanks. I'm excited. But I promised to show up chafe and blister free to the wedding.
Nice.
So,
I like that. I love that.
Take a little race break for that. But I'll train. I'll recover from this and just kind of jump back into training. I had a very short training block coming into this because it was a decision I made around Christmas, New Year's time.
Okay.
So I had a really short training block leading into this. And so I think I just need to put a lot of work in before Desert Solstice to truly be ready for that. So
yeah, much smaller loop course.
Yes.
Definitely. I mean, 50% turn, 50% straight. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a different challenge. And we're going to be out there live streaming that race. We'll be really
cool.
excited to see. And the field just keeps getting deeper and deeper. So
Yes.
that's going to be really exciting to
Yeah.
see. But you're going to have some great motivation coming in from, just having been married. That's going to be exciting. A few happy life changes.
Absolutely.
It sounds like. What are you looking to stay here in this little loop course timed efforts, or are we looking to go back into trails eventually? What are you finding here that's inspiring about this, other than just fast times, which you're obviously doing? But what do you like about this little first experience on a loop course and chasing times and goals?
Yeah.
What was your first experience like?
I didn't know what to expect. I was like, it's either going to be really cool or I'm going to absolutely hate it. So I figured there'd not really be a middle ground for that. So I actually really enjoyed it. The mile loop, or 1.2, whatever it is like a really nice distance. It feels really fast, but I feel like you get some time out there. So the track will be a little different.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I'll give it a try, see how it goes. I definitely can't give up my mountain trail time. So I'll go back to that too. But it is fun to introduce a new challenge and just see how that goes.
Where do you call home, and what kind of trails do you typically like to train in?
So I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. So we're a quick drive up to the North Georgia mountains. The Appalachian Trail, Pinhoti Trail, Bent Mackay. There's a ton of trails there. Very different than the trails here.
Yeah.
We call it a green tunnel. There's no views. It's covered in trees, which is nice in the summer with the shade. But there's tons of rocks and roots. It's very technical, but they're great mountains. We definitely don't have the altitude out west, but we have some good steep climbs.
Yeah. Luckily, you won't have to worry about altitude too much at Desert
Yeah.
Solstice. Zero elevation change on that course.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'll be exciting. I actually went to the East Coast for the first time myself. My partner's from Virginia, and so I went out
nice.
there just recently. Went out to Virginia Beach, did some running. So yeah, I get what you mean by no mountains anywhere and just green tunnels that you run through.
Yeah.
I'm from Colorado and Utah, so
Oh,
I am
you're
used to
spoiled.
mountains being
Yeah.
literally in my backyard.
Yeah.
So it's a different experience for me. And it sounds like this was a fun, different experience for you, and you had some great success. What was your nutrition plan going into it? Were you practicing a Desert Solstice, I'm going to have access every single lap, so I need to practice that? How did you handle those 1 mile laps with your nutrition, hydration, and all of that?
Yeah, that was a super different thing for me. It was really nice to not have to wear a pack.
Right.
So running 100 miles pretty hands-free and all that stuff was great. So yeah, I just did kind of what I normally do, but just without a pack. I usually am just a gel person. I use goo gels, and my electrolytes are usually Pedialyte. So
That's
nothing
I love
crazy.
that. I absolutely love that. It's been something I've done for years. And
Nice.
people are just well, you don't use the tablets and the new this drink and the mix of that. It's no, Pedialyte works great.
It works great.
It's
Yeah.
fantastic. What do you do career-wise outside of ultra running when you're not here? What do you do back at home?
I'm a pediatric nurse anesthetist. If you can say that word, that's good. It's basically anesthesia. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. What took you into that, and how did you find yourself doing these ultra marathons?
I didn't start ultras until after grad school. So I was a nurse first. I worked in the pediatric ICU. Grew tired of that and looked for another career and found this one, and I love it. It's the best thing I ever did.
That's awesome.
It's really cool. It's
Yeah.
a fun job. The kids are really fun. It's a great schedule. I work usually 7 to 3, Monday through Friday. You get off in time to get a run in before family's ready for dinner and all the things. So it just fits in nicely.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. We had a theory. I doctorate in physical therapy myself, and I think my running career started a little bit beforehand. But I understand the idea of in your program, your doctorate programs, your postgraduate programs, you end up putting so much time and effort. And I was kind of reflecting back of like, oh yeah, I was in school for 8 hours a day, and then you study for multiple hours a day.
Yeah.
And we find this common theme of post-doc grads who end up like, I've got so many extra hours in a day. What do I do now?
Now what?
Did you find yourself like kind of like, well, I'm used to doing all this work in a day, and now I have an extra few hours. I'm just gonna go, I don't know, run in some mountains.
Yeah, basically, same thing. Like my life had been so busy in school and all the things that I had a lot of extra time. I also got like pressured into it. A friend wanted me to run a half marathon with her.
It's always how it goes.
Yeah, and I was like, no, that's crazy. That's way too far. I would never run that far. But I obviously did it, and then I was like, oh, I guess running is kind of fun.
And here you are
here we
running
are.
100 miles in under 15 hours for second place in the USATF 100-mile championships. Did you ever imagine you'd be here?
No, not even a little bit. No.
That is fantastic. We're super glad to have you. So the two things that I like to finish with are what makes you unique and what makes you you generally as a person.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I just always like a challenge, which I don't know if that's super unique, but
I think a lot of people are okay with not being challenged and settle into it.
Yeah.
You seem like someone who, as a nurse and then moving on to pediatric
anesthetist.
Anesthetist, thank
Yes.
you. I was going to say anesthesiology, but anesthetist, there
Yeah.
we go. It sounds like you appreciate growth.
Mhm.
And how did you grow out here in this race, and what lessons did you learn to take forward with you?
I just learned to like be steady, be patient, trust yourself. It can pay off. Like, I think the big thing is being patient. Like, don't be tempted to chase the fast ones out there. Just keep your mind on your goals. And I just learned that I didn't have any idea I could do this. So
Right, and
it just feels cool.
You're still learning out here that, thinking that 15:30 was your stretch goal, and you that's going to be crazy if I can reach it. And here you are with I think your official time was what,
46.
46. Yeah, that's incredible. You
Thank
had a
you.
fantastic race out there. It was really fun to have you here and to call your race and to witness you move up through the field and just consistently get stronger throughout the day. When everyone else was fading off, you were getting stronger, you were smiling, you were having conversations with those around you. It was great to see. So thank you for joining us out here. Thank you for taking the time to chat with me. I'm going to give you one last opportunity to shout out anyone that you would like to shout out. The mic is all yours.
My coach, obviously, Nicole Manette. She's great. She's got me ready for this, even in short notice. And then my crew that was here is Tim, is my fiance, and his brother Phil, kept me going all day. Those are the big ones for this weekend.
I love it. I know that this is a very selfish individual sport, but
Yes.
yet we couldn't do it without those that support us.
Yeah.
And so giving everyone the opportunity to shout out those that support them is something I really appreciate. So thank you for sharing that with us. Thanks for having a fantastic day and give us some excitement out there. Congratulations on your second place. We'll let you get back to recovering, get those feet up, and get ready for Desert Solstice and a wedding. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I'm excited.
Awesome.
It's a good year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Henderson, Nevada. I am Zach Marion here at the USATF 100-mile championships at the Jackpot Ultras. I am joined by our men's 100-mile champion, course record holder, and one of only 3 gentlemen to have ever gone under the 12-hour mark in the 100-mile distance, Rajpal Panu. Thank you for joining me. Congrats, first and foremost, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I'm glad to be back, a little bit healthier and kind of, fresh and not dead at the finish line,
Right, yeah. So for those who are just let him go take a nap for a few hours, which apparently you didn't get a whole lot of sleep. We'll go over that. But yeah, so this is yesterday. You finished the race. You got to go home, get a little bit of rest, get the feet up a little bit. Joining us back here this afternoon as we're watching the rest of our finishers come in. I'm not sure if you knew this, but we have 7 octogenarians on the course, 80-year-olds on the course. Only one of them has DNF'd this far, and they're all still continuing on.
Only one of them?
Only one of them
Okay.
has fallen off. We have 6 more still out there making their laps. So you've gone home. You've had some meals, you've had a shower, you got a little rest.
Yeah.
They've still been powering through.
They're called octogenarians.
Those are 80-year-olds.
80 plus?
Yeah, 80 plus.
I have a quick story. I think the funniest conversation, I cut through 2 of them. This was like maybe hour 3 and 4. And I overheard their conversation. And one of them was like, I can't hear, I can't see that well. I keep telling my girlfriend, what good use am I to you? And I just thought it was kind of hilarious. That was like the one conversation that I heard, and I just couldn't help but to laugh. I was kind of miserable. I mean, I was miserable the entire time, but when I heard that, I just kind of got a chuckle out of it.
It was just one of those things that just makes you laugh out there. And that's one of the unique aspects of these loop courses is that you do get to see everybody else in the field multiple times. You've got several different races going on right now. You've got the 48-hour, you've got the 100-mile USATF, you've got the 100-mile long course. Now on the course, you also have our 50-milers and 12 hours going out there. So what was that like to be out there on the course amongst so many other competitors? You were never really running with anyone, but you also were always around people. How was that experience?
Yeah, no, it was great. The atmosphere was tremendous. People were cheering you on. I recall, I think his name is Ed. He wears a Joker costume and he does...
Yep, the jester.
Yeah, 48 hours, and he was giving everyone high fives. And I was just like, man, he is literally out there right now. It's hour 29, so oh my gosh, he has 19 more hours?
Still going at it.
Yeah, I just don't know how some...
I mean, people are blown away by what you've done, but on the opposite end, there are people who are out there still going and continue to make it happen. I think it's really fun dynamic here in this sport specifically that when you do these timed events, you've got people like you and Ashley Paulson and others who really want to push the pace and get that 100-mile done.
Yeah.
But then also there's the other end, like our 80-year-olds out there still going, our 48 hours that are just getting in the laps. It's not about speed. It's about just continuing and suffering the attrition well. But you had your own little bit of attrition out there. What were the darkest parts of your race going for that 100 miles?
As you might have seen, like mile 18, my foot was kind of stiffening up. And there's a portion, I recall you guys filming it, but I had to stop and stretch mile 18. And, to give context, I have 82 more miles, and I was like stretching out my calf. It just didn't feel right. And I was wearing carbon plated shoes that were a little bit more aggressive. And then I switched out to less aggressive carbon plated shoes. So I just had to stay calm the entire time. But the way I divided, there's Ed.
There he is.
The way I divided up these segments was 50, 69, 74, 80, 90, 95. So when it was mile 18 in my head, I was just like, I have 32 miles left.
Right.
That's the way I perceived it. I was just like, get to mile 50.
Nice. I like that. That's a unique approach to kind of cutting it up and just shooting for those mile marks. I was out on the course doing my little shakeout, and we bumped into each other. And I remember you asking me, like, how do you do this back half?
Yeah.
This is your first, for those who don't know, this is your first 100-mile finish. So this is uncharted territory for you, getting really past that 60K mark. Is that correct? Or sorry, 100K mark.
The 100K mark. Yeah,
Right.
That's
So
right.
62 miles. I'm getting my miles and my kilometers mixed up, as a
think
true
we always do
American
that.
does.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what was it like getting past that 100K mark and going into really the unknown, the darks, the depths?
Yeah.
Like, what was that like for you mentally looking into that part?
The phrase that I had kept in my head that was very repetitive. I kept telling myself, like, don't, like, stop being sorry for yourself. It was weird. It just something that just transpired, like, in my head. When I had 50K left, and because I was trying to go from 69 to 74, which would have been a marathon, but those, like, 5 miles, I was just like, I was still trudging on, but I can tell that I was slowing down as the miles were clicking off. But I saw Ashley, and then I would say I'd pass her like once an hour or 70 minutes. She was always really cheerful and had high energy. And for one, I'm like, how do you have so much energy? And two, I was just like, just stop being sorry, like,
Yeah.
and really just get back in it. And 69 to 74, I would say, was probably the toughest.
That makes sense. I think that there's, at least my experience has always been, it's that like 70% of the race in, usually around like 60 to 70% of the race, no matter what the distance is. If it's 100K, it's a 50K, a marathon, a 100 miler, usually that like 60 to 70% of the race is always the hardest for me, because you've gone past 50.
Yeah.
And like that 50-mile mark, or that 50% mark, is always exciting. You're like, oh, sweet, I'm more than halfway done.
Yeah.
And that usually carries you a little bit. But that 60 to 70 is like, oh no, there's a lot left. And I start to get into my own head. When you got into your head, was there any tricks you did? Was there anything that you told yourself, other than saying, hey, quit being sorry for yourself?
Yeah.
That was just like, focus back on the legs. Like, get out of my head, get into my legs, focus back on the pace. Was there anything? We noticed you were tapping the...
Yeah, that randomly helped. Tapping the guardrails and counting them. I like made it a game. I had to tap every single one and not miss, and that kept me. That would distract me.
Nice. So just like mental games you were playing with yourself.
Weird mental games. I think I told you guys I was like thinking about alien conspiracy theories from like 80 miles until like almost 90-ish.
Yeah.
I was just all over the place.
I mean, there's you're always trying to ride that line between, like, I want to be disengaged from the pain, but I want to be engaged into the race.
Yeah.
And there's that middle ground you're trying to find, and sometimes you're just kind of yo-yoing back and forth. Sounds like you truly experienced a 100-miler out there, even though it was only 12 hours. I don't know if I give you credit for a full 100-miler if you only ran for 12 hours. I think that's kind of cheating a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Game. You gotta go into the depths of like a full night of losing sleep. That's when you really appreciate doing a tough 100-miler.
Oh man.
But what you did out there was definitely no small feat. You are actually one of only 3 American males to have ever gone under the 12-hour mark for 100 miles. Most notably Zach Bitter being the most recent with, his world record performance on a different kind of course than this.
Mm-hmm.
Was that your goal, to shoot under 12 hours? Did you have another goal in mind? Like, let the audience know kind of what you were anticipating for the day.
The goal was 6:42 pace. I was going for the American record.
Okay.
That's what I trained for. I felt like I was pretty fit to do it. I didn't anticipate the weather being that warm. I think it played a factor for sure. And then I had my crew member, like, after a certain point, he was just completely in charge of giving me fluids, giving me gels, and reminding me to stay on it, because I just like lost track. And to be honest, very early on. But not to give you context, I ran 5 hours and 2 minutes for a 50 miler 2 weeks after Javelina. So I was just like, why can't I just go through 50 in 5:39, 5:38 pace, you know? But the 100, I mean, it's just a different beast. I still have to figure it out myself. But the 100, I mean, it's just a different beast. I still have to figure it out myself.
Yeah. Which is scary. I mean, the fact that this was your first 100-mile finish, and you were able to do so well, does this give you encouragement to want to come back and keep taking that time down and hopefully shooting for that American record? Is that kind of the future for Raj?
I want to get into the trails. I think you have to mix it up and have that healthy relationship. If I'm seeking, and I'm not saying that you can't do it, but if I'm seeking the next 100 road race, or if I'm doing any more than one per year, I think you can burn out really easily. And that's something that I don't want to do. So I really need to mix it up. And even like run a marathon and train for a marathon and get like some turnover, you know, and have that strong running economy. So if I want to do the longer stuff, it feels quote unquote easy.
Right. No, I love that. And that's something that, you know, you and I are both Denver, you know, Coloradians, and I get a little bit more of an insight into your training following you on social media. Lightning Raj, for those that aren't following, definitely need to follow you. You post a lot of your training in there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something that I admire about you is I don't feel like you leave any stone unturned. You're always looking for the ways to maximize your potential as an athlete, whether it be, you know, red light therapy, whether it be getting in those miles on the treadmill and doing, you know, slight inclines, your nutrition, all of that stuff. You kind of really dial it in. Is there anything that you maybe tried differently for this particular training block leading into this that you kind of want to share with us that you're going to be taking into your future training?
Well, I bought a Nordic Track treadmill.
Nice.
Coincidentally enough, I saw your handsome face on it. I'm like, wait a minute. Like,
Who's this guy?
We met a week before I bought the Nordic Track, and then you didn't tell me you're an iFit trainer, so I saw your face on it. I'm like, wait, he's also an iFit trainer? You're telling me that you coach, that you run. And I didn't know you did that as well, so I just thought that was kind of uncanny in some ways. But I got on the treadmill. As you know, Denver, there are days when you can't do a workout, especially for me having a full-time job.
Right.
And it was just nice I was actually doing hybrid training because I was considering Black Canyon, so I was doing treadhill reps. It was a college workout where I'd run half a mile up, 10% incline, take a minute rest. It's a lot harder than it sounds.
That's a pretty aggressive workout.
Yeah.
That's a good aggressive workout. So the treadmill was part of your plan coming into this, and I know that you were bouncing between Black Canyon and this race, and it sounds like you felt like you'd have a better chance here. Which, I mean, lo and behold, you are the USATF national champion at this point for 2024. You've set an incredible race here. And you also find yourself gravitating between road and trail, short and long. I think that sets you up really well for a great career and a great future. You're still pretty young. You have a lot ahead of you. What are some things that you're looking forward to in the future, near or far? What are some of your goals that you have outside of, it sounds like this American record you kind of want, so we're definitely going to see you coming back to this. But anything else? What are you looking forward to?
Goals to win Javelina 100. Ran the 100K. Now I have an idea as to how to run it, and I feel like I'm in a good position. I feel like it's the perfect trail race for me personally. Like, it's like nice buttery. It's not super technical, and I feel like I have a nice strategy going forward, trying to attack that. So
nice. I love it. It's something that I again admire about you is you're strategic and intentional in everything you do. Every mile you do has a purpose and an intention, and I think that really pays off. I know I've spoken with Zach Bitter at length about his training when he set the record. And yeah, it's definitely everything you do has to have that level of intentionality to it. There's no just random miles, just getting this in. It's with intention, and you do that very well. So I'll be excited to, you know, maybe show you some trails in Denver, and I'll make you work on those downhills, and I'm sure you'll crush me on the ups and the flats. But yeah, we'll have some fun out there. Some other questions I kind of really wanted to ask you was, How did you feel your pacing and your planning went yesterday? What would you change if you were to come back? If you were to do this race again tomorrow,
Yeah.
what would you have changed? What would you implement?
I probably would have worn non-carbon plated shoes. Yeah, something was just off, like early on, a little too early.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird because I can run with those shoes if I'm running like a 50 mile, but the 100 mile, because I think my gait's a little different, the way I'm striding, and it makes a huge difference. So, different shoes for sure. But everything else, I don't have no other regrets, honestly.
You said you felt like it was getting a little hot out there. What were you doing in terms of like cooling? What was your strategy for that? I mean, for those who weren't watching, yesterday the high was like 68, 69 degrees. It wasn't super hot, but the sun was out.
Yeah.
And there is no shade on this course whatsoever. So there's no relief from that sun, and you get that for hours on end. What were you doing to cool off and to handle that?
I wore an ice bandana every other loop for about, from what I recall, after the first hour, when I first put it on, I was like, man, it's really cold. But then I also realized that sunset's like around 5, and I probably had like another 9, 10, 11, 12, God, like 8 hours of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was also counting down the hours. I'm like, okay, only 3 more hours until like the sun's out. And I saw it slowly
Move
set,
over the sky.
move over and set. And that was also a sense of relief, for sure.
Yeah.
But that, and then ice water on the head, chest, but just making sure that my body temperature was cool. And then, because if the sun is shining down on you and you're trying to digest like your nutrition, your stomach is going to, or I guess the blood flow is going to go towards your skin.
Right.
So that's going to take away from your stomach, and that's how people have GI distress.
Right, exactly. You're exactly right on that. Blood has to get closer to the surface of the skin to release some of that heat to cool your core temperature down, and it doesn't want to just sit in the stomach and stay warm there. So no blood in the stomach, you're not digesting.
I gave a very elementary explanation.
I love it. So what was your nutrition plan going into this? What were you using out there?
I was using GU, Roctane, caffeinated, non-caffeinated, and then every 3rd, 6th, and then my 9th loop, I would take half a stroopwafel.
Okay, so you're mixing some solids in there as well.
Yeah, just to make sure that I don't have any fatigue. There were, I think, on 2 occasions I drank Coke. Also had liquid IV. I was just, but at a certain point, if I felt like I needed to eat, if I felt like I needed to drink, I would do it.
You're just kind of running a little more intuitively in that way?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, we hear a lot about make sure you get this, make sure you get that, and some people aren't paying attention to what their body needs.
Yeah.
So,
and I lost track for this 100, so.
Yeah, I mean, you had a great crew out there. I got the chance to talk to BJ. Sounds like you guys, used to run together quite a bit. What's your relationship with him?
I actually met him at CIM. It was a marathon, and we saw each other. We didn't say anything. He gave me a fist bump, and then later down the line, I was running for Hoka. He was working for Hoka.
Okay.
So we met at the trials, hung out, and then I told him I was moving out to Denver, and he was living in Longmont, which is like I want to say like an hour away from Denver.
Yeah.
And he actually drove down to Denver to meet up for a run. And like I was just like, wow, like you made time, to come down to see me at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we've just been really good friends since.
Oh, that's awesome. So you mentioned 8 o'clock in the morning. I personally know you're not a super fan of. You do have a full-time job. Let people know what it is that you do full-time and how you manage this level of training. I mean, your weekly volume is considerably high.
Yeah.
So let people know how you get that many miles in while also doing a full-time job, and kind of a little insight into what your daily life is.
So I teach math at a continuation school. This is a school for kids who've dropped out. These kids, quote unquote, are anywhere between the ages of 14 to 22. So that takes a lot of my time. I'm on my feet. I wear an Oura ring. Sometimes I'll like gauge like my stress levels, and it's saying that I'm stressed. I'm like, of course, I'm a teacher. I'm naturally
Right.
gonna be stressed. And then I would sneak out during lunchtime to go for like small runs, an hour at the most.
Right.
Come back, and then I would do like my second run later in the evening. Come to find out, especially during the winter, when the sun sets a lot earlier, that if I were to do 2.5 hours after work, one, that just sounds like a tall order.
Right.
You know, and just being like, damn, like I don't want to go for this run right after work. But two, you're just like wired after.
Yeah.
And then you can't really wind down. I'm only speaking from experience.
Yeah, personal experience there, right?
Yeah.
So you work full time, you're a teacher, you still get in this high volume. Does your season kind of ebb and flow in terms of where you put your attention?
Yeah.
Or do you try to maintain that high volume all the time?
There are definitely ebbs and flows, and this is probably the most mileage that I've done. I had to be a little bit more creative this time around, i.e. treadmill. One of the things that has allowed me to run more, for one, and then two, I only have so much time off from work, so I schedule races and structured training surrounding like around that, and then I also make sure to take time off. Granted, not too much time, maybe 3-4 weeks throughout the course of the year, but there are dips where I don't run as much, and you kind of just need that mental break along with a nice physical break. Get your body slowly, recovered and ready for the next training cycle.
Yeah, it's a slingshot effect, right? You got to pull back to launch off, and I
Yeah,
think
absolutely.
That's a great way to look at it. And I think that's what leads to your success here. I mean, you're not just successful here at this. This is your first foray into the 100-mile short course, really fast. 100-mile type stuff. You're no stranger to running 50 milers, 100Ks. We've seen you take down the Javelina course record. You had a great battle this last year with Ryan Miller at the Kauai 50. No stranger to fast things and trails. But this is kind of a new experience for you in terms of actually, you came out here a number of years ago.
Yeah.
And did not get the 100-mile
Yeah.
finish. So how did that factor into you? Like, did you have that like chip on your shoulder, redemptive, like,
Yeah.
I'm out here to
Yeah.
prove to myself, to everyone else, that I can do this?
Yeah, absolutely. To give you guys context, I ran and DNF'd in 2021. The race happened in April, so the conditions weren't the most ideal yesterday, but they definitely weren't ideal back in April because it hit, from what I recall, like mid to late 80s.
Oof.
That
hot
day.
day.
Yeah, and I was very naive. I ran a solid 100K for Carbon X2, and I used the same nutrition and fueling strategy, but I wasn't cooling off. My crew person was my mom, and I dropped really early that year, but I made it a thing to watch Zach win. One, because he's a stand-up guy, but also two, just to like feel what it's like to DNF and watch somebody like win the thing and just be like, you know what, like I'll be back down the line. But I also recall like going back into the hotel, my mom being tired, and I just felt like I had let her down because she was crewing, she was out in this heat,
Right.
and then like I didn't finish the race, and she drove from the Bay Area to Vegas, and then I drove back home with her. So it was just a long car ride.
Right.
So I really just wanted redemption, and I'm glad that I was able to get it.
Something just like, I'm thinking of NFL when you get that photo of the one of the team members who loses, just watching the other team celebrate.
Yeah.
Like, I just envision you just sitting there watching Zach finish and just like hands behind your back, like, yeah, it's gonna be me. I'm coming back.
The
like,
Stephon
I
Diggs.
want exactly Stephon Diggs. I want this to hurt. I want to take this in so I remember this. Man, I love it. You had a great race. You came back really, really strong, even though you felt like you kind of dipped off a little bit there. I mean, you didn't get the record you wanted, but you still walked away with a USATF championship. You still walked away with a sub 12-hour 100 miler, which only happens once every handful of years at best. I mean, you did some amazing things, so definitely keep your head high for that. you've got a lot to learn. It sounds like you did learn a lot here. You want to implement a few things. I see a great future for you, not only in these looped courses, but it also makes me really excited. You taking this speed and this dedication and discipline into the trails a little bit more, and pulling some of that competition into the depths with what you're capable of doing out there. So, Raj, thank you so much for joining me out here. I do want to give you a hot second to finish the last two questions that I always like to ask.
Okay.
What makes you you, and what makes you unique in this sport?
To give context, I was overweight in high school, and my dad passed away from a heart attack. My mom was just like, you need to do something about this. So it was December 31st of 06, ripped the back of what I thought it was a cereal box, but it was actually a notepad, or just like what do you call that? Like the back of a...
It's like a little, like a binder, like the
Like
little,
a binder, yeah. And I just wrote down goals, and I was just like, run the mile in under 6 minutes and 10 seconds and lose X amount of pounds. And I was able to do that, and I just felt like I had a chip on my shoulder ever since.
Dude, I love that. You and I have a very similar history in that regard. I don't know if you know, I used to be 245.
What?
That was my peak weight.
What was this?
I was 23, 24, and same thing. Just decided I had enough. Like, I didn't want to live like this anymore.
Damn.
And got into running, which led into trail running. So, man, dude. Fat kids for life.
Yeah,
man.
there we go.
I share that for sure. Absolutely love it. That is a unique way to get into the sport, and I think it shapes a lot of who we are. I think you and I personally could have a huge conversation off screen about that, and kind of the chip on your shoulder that you bring into life with that, and wanting to prove yourself consistently. That makes you. I think that adds, at least for me in my career, it's added to my strengths. Sometimes I look back, I'm like, man, I don't have the high school and the college career that these other guys have, but I have a different set of life experience, and maybe I even have less miles on my body, and it'll take me longer. So yeah, dude, I appreciate you sharing that. That's definitely an awesome insight into who Raj is. I love it. You bring something really unique to the sport. Something everyone else also loves is your hair. I can tell you got so many compliments yesterday on the live stream of like best hair on the course, best hair in the sport. People, I think you need to go for like a Vidal Sassoon like sponsorship, or Old Spice, someone. We need to get you out here, get you sponsored by some kind of hair care product brand. But I do want to give you a second to shout out some thanks to whomever you want. The mic is yours. Give anybody you want some love right now, because I know this is a very selfish sport. We look at it as an individual sport, but it takes a team to get us here. It takes inspiration from others. The mic is yours. Shout out whoever you want right now.
Yeah, sure thing. I just want to shout out my mom. She raised me as a single parent. She worked really hard. She doesn't understand what I really do, but you know what? I dedicated the second to last loop to her. It was painful, and I just wanted to I just wanted to show her how I love her. So shout out to my mom.
I love that, man. I love that. You're a sponsored athlete with Hoka. They were out here supporting you really well. I'm sure that plays into your game, having the best products that work well for you. You've got a lot of support out there. You've got a lot of love from the fans. And dude, you're always going to have a lot of love from me. So thanks for sitting down with me and having a great conversation.
Yeah, likewise.
We'll connect out in Denver, but until then, we're going to get you out of here so you can go get those feet up, recover a little bit, and enjoy your time here in Vegas.
Yeah, thank you, Zach, and I appreciate you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Hey everyone, we are back. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be full screen.
Back here in Henderson, Nevada.
Yeah, we are back. We are going to be closing out our broadcast soon, kind of just before the 30-hour mark here. We are on to our next stream next weekend, so we're going to be packing up and getting out of here, but we want to thank all of you guys for tuning in to the 100-mile USATF National Championship and bringing you some more of the coverage from today's races as well.
Yeah, no, we've had an incredible weekend. There were a lot of amazing, strong performances, and the races within the race that is the national championship for the 100-milers. We've got, obviously, Raj Panu had a phenomenal day with an 11:58, I believe was his time, just under 12 hours, only third American to have ever done that. He was gunning for that 11:19, held on, still got an amazing time. He is our men's champion. Our women's champion, none other than Ashley Paulson, had a fantastic day out there. She did her thing, moved up throughout the field, stayed strong all day, and positive as all get out all day long.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performances for all of them. And we are also tracking our 80-mile plus runners. We wanted to give an update on them before we close it out here. We have 6 out of the 7 still in it right now.
Yeah, only one loss to attrition at the 80-plus year old group. And it's just, I mean, to watch them continue to grind it out lap after lap after lap. It's like its own race in and of itself.
So Ed Rousseau did drop out at the 80-mile mark after 28 hours, so just about an hour and a half ago. But we've got Wally Hesseltine, and he is currently on lap 82, 96.5 miles. He's currently leading that division. He's 80 years old, from Lafayette, California. And he's followed up Martin Fritzhand. He is a few laps back at 91.3 miles currently. Then we got David Blaylock at 86.6, last year's champ. Jim Barnes is our 85-year-old. So he's in his own division,
his own
85
category.
to 89. Category of 1, and he's at 86.6 miles. And then we got Ian Madison and Todd Lay. So Ian is at 83.1 miles and Todd at 78.4. So these guys have it's a 40-hour cutoff for our USATF is what we give them at this race. So hopefully they can all make it. We'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell. And also, one thing to note, our 85-year-old is within contention to get the 85-plus record for his time. If he continues moving forward at where he's at the pace he's going, he can shave some major hours off of that.
We just had David Blaylock go by in the blue hat.
Another hard lean to the right as well. Also, just before him, we had John Bozon, race director out of Utah, who recently diagnosed with cancer. And if he finishes his marathon today, that's going to be 453 months of continuous marathons, certified marathons. Not just like I ran in my backyard for 26.2, but certified marathon finishes. And he's doing it with a recent cancer diagnosis. So
Those have got to be some incredible stories.
Just amazing things happening here at the Jackpot Ultras.
We also, wanted to touch base on our 50-mile race real quick. We've got Chris DiNucci out here, and after 5 hours of running, he's at 45.6 miles.
Jeez.
So you told me he was going after a Desert Solstice qualifier?
Yeah, that was his purpose today, was to get a 50-mile qualifying standard time so that he can come into Desert Solstice, which we're going to see a lot of these athletes return to Desert Solstice. That's going to be a very competitive race this year.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good field already. So that 50-mile mark for the men, the A standard is 5 hours 50 minutes. I'd say he's got a pretty good shot at it.
He's on
track for that. So
definitely,
that's pretty exciting to see that he came out here and is running some speedy loops.
Yeah, this is absolutely a course for those who want to put down a pretty solid time, as we've witnessed with, plenty of athletes have come out here and had great times. Camille Herron, Zach Bitter, Raj, Ashley this year. This is the place to do it for sure.
Yep. Wanted to run over a couple other results before we wrap it as well. We haven't talked a lot probably about the 48 hour, but that is the longest distance out here. We've got Eric Smeltzer in the lead. We are almost 30 hours in, so they still have quite a bit of running to go, a whole nother night. So he's at 136, followed up by Ed Eddinghausen, who is a fixture at, I would say, most ultras in the U.S., period.
Any ultra in the
Any
US.
and all. He's at 127 miles, and Mark Sanderson currently in third at 122. And then on our women's side, we've got currently...
Speaking of the Jester, here he comes. Making his way up the ramp here in that iconic Jester hat and full suit. So you guys will get a good picture of... If you have not seen him, I would be shocked. But this is the Jester himself.
Our women... leader in the 48 hour is Katie Turner with 108.5 miles, Rachel LeKay, 106 miles, and Kendra Jakimsk, 97 miles. So what else do we got? Our 24 hour just started today, so you can catch all these results. Go to live.aravaiparunning.com. That'll be the best place to follow the action once we go off air here in a few minutes. And also you can follow Aravipa Running. We'll be posting some more images from the event.
Yeah, definitely follow Aravipa Running on Instagram. We'll get some photos up of particularly our octogenarian winner for the day. That one we're really excited about, and hopefully we have a new American record with our 85 plus as well. So keep tuned on that. Again, live.araviparunning.com. That will be get all your timing in there. So follow along. That is going to do it for us here at the Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada. But do get ready for next week. We're going to be at the Big Alta. We're excited to work with our good friend and collaborator, Dylan Bowman with Free Trail and Daybreak Racing, as they put on the inaugural year of what's to be, I would assume, an early season fixture race with the Big Alta. We've got a 50K and a shorter distance, so this kind of fits perfectly after Black Canyon, where you get that longer golden ticket, and then you're going to have our 100-mile championships on the Jackpot weekend, and then you get the short course shredders at the Big Alta. So this is 3 weekends that I don't know how we're going to survive this for the years to come, but we're doing it. We're going to make it happen. So follow us along there. Next week, Saturday morning, we are going to be at the Big Alta in Marin County. So yeah, that does it here in Henderson, Nevada. On behalf of Jamil, myself, Jordan, and Bryce, our producers behind the screen that make the magic happen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate all the love and support that you give us. Everybody get ready for another fun weekend next week in a Big Alta, and we will see you guys there.
Thanks, everyone.